Okay. Hi, hello. Good afternoon. Welcome to another Sunday. Today is a special stream because we are sponsored by Oodie today, as you can see right there. This, which is super cozy and comfy, and you're gonna hear me talk a lot about it today. By the way, just so you know. Also, it's like 60 degrees in my room, so I actually need it. So the plan for today, because the last stream we did for Oodie, we made a quokka. Well, it took a couple of streams. Today we're gonna make quokka a strawberry. And then I have another little cozy project that I want to try. See if it'll work. So we've got everything we need. I have fresh hot coffee. It's fancy coffee. And I have nice warm tea. So I found a cute little pattern for a strawberry, so that's what we're gonna try. I don't know how big it's gonna come out because it was designed for sportwear yarn, and this is worsted. So we'll see. We'll just see how it goes. But I figured the quokka needed a strawberry. I don't know if quokkas eat strawberries or not. It seems like they would. Doesn't matter if it's a huge strawberry. I wouldn't mind getting given a strawberry. Which... and I should just let this all out, actually. Oh, thank you, darling. Thanks. Appreciate it. Look. In what way is it down? Hi, Echo. Hello. Welcome to today's cozy stream. Oh, it big down. Okay. Hi, Sadie. So it worked? No, what I'm going to do today is make a strawberry for our quokka. Excellent. So I added a new bot to Discord. So not only does it now work to announce when I'm live in the live notifications channel, but anyone who's streaming in Discord, so any of our community who are streaming, who have Twitch and Discord connected, it'll now post in the on-air channel automatically. But yeah, I figure we'll make him a strawberry, and then I have something I want to try later on. Strawberry I don't think will take long. I've got these earmuffs, and I want to take the fabric off, and I want to see if I can make a couple of crochet circles in a band, and see if that's a viable thing to do. So I could, this is kind of boring. So I want to see if I can make some yellow daisies and then have like green around the edge and across the back. Because this is just a wire frame here. Thank you. And it feels like the ends joined. So you're here. Hello. Thank you. So commands of importance for today. Exclamation mark Oodie, obviously, if you would like it to get the discount code for getting yourself one. It'll bring up a link. You click on the link and it'll send you to your regional store with $30, pounds, or euros off, depending on where you live, except for Norway, I believe. And also exclamation mark retweet will bring up 2 posts. One is the stream alert for today and one is my general announcement. I would really appreciate any love that you guys could do to those posts, whether it's just retweets or just looking at it, whatever. But those are the 2 big chat commands for today. Probably should have had them on here. It was hard. So those are both the retweets that I'd. Oh, thanks guys. Courtney's like, I got you. So yes, so we're doing, it's all about the cozy today. All about the cozy snugs. Here we go. $30, pounds, or euros off your Oodie. Oh my gosh, did you guys see the screenshot that Echo posted in Discord last night from Trucks? It's so good. I did a lot of giggles. I didn't realize how like bang on that was, but like the posturing and everything was just like perfect. Sadie, how are you today, love? And how's everyone else? Edna? Courtney? My nose is chilly. My everything, seriously, it's like 60 degrees in my room, but everything around me is nice and warm. Thanks to this thing. So, I don't know if this is gonna work or not. I think it will. I think we should pull it apart, but I'm gonna do the strawberry first. Strawberry for quokka. And, thank you. I appreciate it so much. I really do. I know I feel a bit gross kind of asking people to do that, but it helps. It all helps. Oh, that sounds amazing. It's actually sunny here today. It's just still kind of chilly. Oh, no, it's gone up now. The heat index is now 49. Positively tropical compared to yesterday. I'm gonna have to renew my Switch Online. I know. I'm trying to be good about asking. 30. Oh, Jesus. Oh, it was like yesterday here. It was like 30 something. Like, heat index was below 30 for a large part of the evening. The cat, the otter, and the unicorn. Okay. Can we help? Can we help you decide? Shall we have a look? Unicorn to match your truck. I mean, that was what we were talking about last night. Let's do a window capture. Have a look at what they have. Here we go. Whoop. They're all really adorable. Occasional streamer. Alright. Oh, right, yeah, I'm an ultra wide. So, we have, where are we? United States. Oh, I was like, why is it capturing so weird? Because I was being weird. The unicorn's eating a donut. See, now this is a $25 off. My code gives you $30 off. Just saying. Ooh, that sounds good. Oh, they do weighted blankets? Alright, so... Oh, the panda is pretty adorable. So yeah, it's my code is definitely worthwhile. I'm not very good at navigating the website here. Shop now. Oh, here we go. It's by individual. So you were looking at the otter, the unicorn, or... Hi, monkey! What was the other one you were looking at? The cat. Oh no! It's got sushi! The otter one's got sushi! That's pretty cute. So my code doesn't, like my $30 code doesn't stack with theirs. It's in place of. The blue is really pretty. Shell. I love that. Alright, let's look at the unicorn. Oh, I kind of love the unicorn too. What is going on there? What's on its tummy? I'm confused. These things are huge. Like, this comes down to my knees. I think I'm a little taller than this person. Ooh. Now, I believe one of our other friends from stream has the cat one. So my preference, obviously it's up to you, but my preference is the unicorn. Yeah, so I'm 5'7". See if I can. We'll just do this and see my full glory of mass. I'm 5'7", and it comes to, oh, the camera cuts off my knee. But yeah, it's my knee here. Or it's huge. So when I'm sitting in my chair, I can like pull it down over my knees. Yeah, I think the unicorn, if I had to pick between the three, I would go for the unicorn. I just love that it's eating a donut and it's also sitting in a donut. And also, you know, the truck unicorn as well. Because you can't eat donuts? I will eat donuts for you. Oh, I didn't realize they had all the branded ones here. Wow. Breakfast buddies. Oh, that one's sold out. Oh, that's cute. It's bacon and jam and milk. Oh no, it's bacon and coffee and waffles. Some of these designs are adorable. Well, my discount code works. It's like an evergreen discount code. So if you can't find what you want now, you could always just wait and see if they restock. Oh, there's the avocado one. It's it's so happy. Look at their little eyes. I'm hoping. I was kind of torn between the sloth and the quokka for myself. I was hoping we'd get some kiwi creatures on there. Space Jam. But yeah. No, the corgi one was kind of, I think I was looking at the corgi one for a little while too. I nearly ordered the pizza, but I was worried that Flint would steal it. And just the cloud ones are really pretty too if you want something that's not too eye-catchy. Yeah, I love mine so much. I'm just, I just love it. It's so cozy. Did I miss the elephant? I totally missed it. Oh, there it is. Oh, look at that precious baby. We don't have any pictures of it. Yeah, my preference is definitely they're all adorable. I thought the garlic bread was grilled cheese. And so the one well, it's not a problem, but the one thing I've noticed is I have to be careful if I'm trying to eat with this because there's quite a lot of fabric. I almost need a bib for it. But yes, it's glorious and wonderful. 1, 2, 6, 1, 2, 4, 5. Oh, my nose. I'm so glad it worked. My Discord things. I can't remember. I think it came through USPS or FedEx. Oh, hang on, let me check. I can have a look at my email. UPS, yep, it came through UPS. At least the tracking number they gave me for mine was UPS. I just dug up the email. And it didn't take too long to get sent out either. But I really appreciate you using my code. So it's not an affiliate code. So I don't get anything back for it, but the more people who click on the link and retweet and stuff, just the better it is, obviously, with the sponsorship. I appreciate it very much. Oh, actually, there was something we had to do last time. Go to back up. It's just, oh, we'll try with it. Let's just pretend that we're getting the koala. Add to cart. Okay, so if you, was it? I believe you had to go into checkout. Yeah. So delete, click that off. And put in Deliria. There you go. I ought to make like a little video for that. Leave that up. Oh, goodness. What do we do? We've got the first one done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I understand not everyone's in a place where you can like order one. So as I said, even just like retweeting, it helps a lot. Helps a bunch. So we're gonna make the strawberry. I was so excited when I got the first email from them when they asked if I'd be interested in doing a collaboration. I was like, oh, yes. Oh, that's not helpful. Where's my marker? Whoops. That's not a stitch marker, that's a cookie crumb. I swear they just vanish. Does it happen to you as well, Monkey? Just do stitch markers just like vanish, vanish, vanish. Hey AJ, how you doing? Oh, we're having another Oodie stream today. How are you enjoying your cat one? Yes. Single and then crease. So yes, today is very much hashtag sponsored, etc. It comes as well, like, it comes vacuum packed. So when you get the package and you're like, this can't possibly be it. It is. They just like vacuum it into quite a small package. So it's very small and quite dense. Chilling and knitting. Yeah, gauge is tricky, especially for hats. Like the hat that I just knitted, I was convinced the entire time. Well, no, thank you, Courtney. I really appreciate the support. Really appreciate the support. I was convinced that the hat that I knitted was like massively oversized, but by the time I finished it and actually tried it on, it was fine. It's just something really disconcerting about it, so I can absolutely understand the struggle with that. I hope you get it soon, Courtney, and I hope you love it very, very much. I hope you love yours as much as I love mine. Yes, please do. That would be really cool. It was a struggle for me to try and take a picture of myself that didn't make it look like I had heartburn or something. Selfies are tricky, man. Like, there's some streamers I know and they take the most gorgeous selfies. I'm just like, girl, how'd you do that? Yeah, right now I've like got my feet up and it's actually like pulled down over my knees. It's almost reaching my ankles. Well, like I said, I wasn't entirely sure Florida would be good for it, but yes. Oh, okay. I think, I don't know how you're working it, but I think the pattern that Punky gave me started with 110 stitches. I remember. I think it was, no, but that was for a large hat. It might be easier rather than reinventing the wheel to see if you can find one maybe on Ravelry. And this coffee is good. I'm using one of the coffees that my friend sent me yesterday. It's delicious. This thing, I bet, like if you're sitting in the sun, would just like soak up the heat so nicely. And it's like super plush on the inside. I have a weighted blanket, but I struggle to pull it up. Like if I'm laying down and I want to pull it up more, it's like I have to do weightlifting. I don't even think it's that heavy. Like, oh god, I'm so weak. I think, I don't know how heavy mine is. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it's around 15. It's like a single size one. Well, like I said, my discount code is evergreen. So, and it seems like their promotional cycles, they tend to stick to a standard amount. So it seems like my discount code will always give a little more. So just remember that, like that chat command is always going to be active as well. So you can always just pop that in if you fancy getting a blanket later. But yeah, I bet with the cooler weather, they'll definitely be selling through a lot. And an increase. No, yeah, don't ingest seeds. That's definitely a good PSA. I feel like there's a story behind that. Especially having seen you drive and truck sim. Wow, rude. Yeah, you know, you're part of us now. Not really, actually. I shouldn't do that. However, it's true. Okay, the next round should be a little easier. This is kind of finicky because it's small. I wonder if that granny square pattern that we're using for the community blanket. You know what? That's fine. It's better than tolerable. Like, I'm still convinced anything worse than tolerable is basically the game saying, look, just stop. Just uninstall. Row 4. This is a very, very bright red for a strawberry. Ah, that's a shame. Yeah, some of them are just gross. Oh yeah, this round is easier. So much easier. Fire there. It's like the best motivation. So you can filter jobs so you only get certain trucks if you do the quick jobs. Yeah, so on the top left, you've got like a rectangle there with all the truck logos, and if you click on that, it opens up a drop-down menu, so you can pick like if you only want Scania or if you only want Renault or something. I think you can do the same in ATS as well. But yeah, as soon as I figured that one out, I'm like, aha. No more gross trucks. Well, less gross trucks. Strawberry. I just realized I didn't take my fiber film. 1 second. You know how you see the movies where the woman with the big long dresses and they kind of have to like lift them up so they can walk around? I kind of just had to do that with the Oodie so I could get up out of my chair. Now, I believe my hubby is playing Assassin's Creed, so... Okay. I mean, I think like some of the Scania trucks are still a little bit gross, but... All right, row 5. It talks about, this pattern talks about using like little yarn to get the seeds, but I don't think it really needs it. You like the Renault ones? I think Renault is what Coda drives. I think. I was so fixed on Scania, like only driving Scania, that I still feel like a little bit like I'm cheating by driving a different flavor truck. And yes, I said flavor. And I think the strawberry is going to turn out to be a good size, actually. Good size for a quokka. And I'm also I'm kind of intrigued to see if my idea will work for those little bands. Oh, did I make a mistake? Apparently I can't count. I'm supposed to have 18 in this row. 1, 2. Oh. I think it did something weird. So that should be 1, 2. That should be an. Good luck. Also, don't eat logs. It says it's gonna take you an hour. Or okay. I think I'm gonna have a problem that I'm gonna want to eat the strawberry when it's finished. This strawberry will be very high in fiber. Oh. I gotta hit it on a timer. Really? But I like strawberries. I had a feeling that talking about a high fiber diet might summon the punky. Hi, hello. I won't. I'll try not to. I make no promises, but this is a very nice color red for a strawberry. It's a very nice red for a strawberry. Dietary fiber is important. Hi, Punky. Did you get all your stuff taken care of last night? Hi, Noki. Wow, you guys are mean. Oh, no, right. Monkey's got my back. Also, thank you, Litbot, for translating that into... I don't even know what we're doing here. But hi, hello. Oh, Noki, what's the best way to... What's your preferred way for me to message you? Or... Like, I don't know if you'd be better off Twitter or here or Discord. You know, I kind of do the same thing. Noki. I like how you got fancy with the does not equal sign there. Oh, as you are pretty fancy. Noki, I was asking what the best way is to contact you. I watched your stream the other day, and I had some suggestions. Yarn Spinner, thank you for that. I was just wondering if you're open to hearing some feedback, what would be the best way to contact you? Like through Twitter or Discord, or because I know you're not a thing. Oh, you have a Discord? Okay. Would you mind shooting me an invite to your Discord? I don't want to overstep, but I think I have an idea that might help. Yarn Spinner, thank you so much for that raise. I appreciate it. Hi, hello. Welcome. Oh, I love that photo. Those full colors. So what were you making today, Yarn? Our project today is I'm making a strawberry, and then I have a potential project that I think is going to work. I have an idea for these. I've lost my mouse. All right, I got your message, Noki. Thank you. Ooh, cool. Thank you, darling. Oh, I'll post it later. Feel free to take what I say with a grain of salt, obviously. I am no professional or expert. But I'm spinning wool. Ooh. I mean, I guess that makes sense because the old yarn spinner thing. Okay. That's a lot of salt, Punky. That's such a lot of salt. So today we're working on, I'm making a little strawberry for my quokka. The quokka that matches the Oodie. Hashtag sponsored, exclamation mark Oodie, exclamation mark retweet. They are sponsoring today's stream, hence the branding and everything. So we're making the quokka a strawberry, and then when we're finished, I'm going to take the polar fleece off this, and I'm going to try and make a couple of granny circles, and re-clad this so that I can have something that looks a bit more interesting than just like polar fleece. Yes. I'm totally doing the sales pitch today. We've browsed the website. Thank you, Courtney. I appreciate that. We've browsed the website. I did a little like my Oodie. So it feels like there's a pattern here, so I'll probably keep that. But yeah, I've got an idea. 4 o'clock this morning, I woke up and I'm like, oh, I could do this with some granny circles and then just like crochet over the band at the back, and it would be so cool, and I could customize them and it wouldn't take too long. So we're gonna try this after. So very exciting. I'm gonna be learning how to spin with a drop spindle in a couple of months when my good friend comes to visit. I was thinking about it. I kind of wanted to see if I could get one that looked like a flower. So I wanted to use yellow in the middle and then white on the outside. Hug monster. I love that. And then I was going to do like a green to put them together and do the back connector. But that's what I was thinking, was that Starburst one might work pretty well for it. Well, thank you. I absolutely will. I'm very excited. I have all the stuff I need. I just need the coordination and the nudge in the right direction to get going. I think the last time I tried, I was almost there. Yeah, Punky's my crafting mentor, as well as many other important things. Punky's coming to visit in April, so I'm very excited. So. Very excited. And I've got the like prettiest color as well. So so yes. I'm kind of all over the place today. Also, I updated the Discord bot. And I believe it's working as intended. I'm so excited. It's finally cool enough here that like we've got a stretch of weather where it's going to be in like the 50s. We can always hit up a craft store or do some shopping online if we need to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe we could look up and see if there's like a crafting class, or not a class, but like a crafting thing that we could do. What about that massive loom you just got? Can you bring carry-on luggage? It'll be fine. There's definitely a few yarn stores. Like we've got the big ones. I don't know about the independent ones, but we've definitely got a Joann's and a Michael. We've got a Joann's and a Michael's right next to each other. Well, I don't know. I mean, if you ask nicely. I just realized the look at this. Quokka's looking through the O. It's kind of creepy and also a little bit cute. I'm pretty sure we could have a look and see if we can find someone. Yeah, exactly, Veggie. Cutest thing ever. Oh yeah. This is a D, so a 3 1/4 mil. This is basically the standard hook that I use for any amigurumi. I have a friend of mine who makes her own. Like she has sheep and she shears the sheep and she makes her own yarn from shear to wear is her tagline for her farm. Yay! I don't know what her sheep are, other than, you know, sheep. But I could ask her what she's got in hand. No, well, I'm in Florida. No, my friend's in Michigan spinning. There's a farm. Oh, that's cool. That's no increase there, is there? Whoopee. Yeah, I live in Florida now. Yeah. Yeah, I can't imagine sheep would be very comfy here in Florida. I think this is supposed to be an increase. Just do an increase there. I'm sure we've got some independent yawn stores. So yeah, I tend to use a 3 1/4 mil just for amigurumi when I'm using worsted weight. And I like the metal plating because it makes the yarn glide over the hook faster. But I mean, it depends what your tension is, really. Well, hi, Emilio. Thanks for popping in. Like, I have really high tension, so my stitches get really tight. So using a smaller one is probably good for me. Hello, hello. It's so wonderful to meet all these new friends. Thanks for joining us. So Flint's playing, my hubby is playing Assassin's Creed. I got it. Confetti! Hey, you know what? I can't tell. I can't see. You could have got away with that, Courtney. He's playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla. And he looks so serious. I'm like, oh, is that what I'm like when I play these games? So focused. Oh. It would be perfect for Dixper. I have Dixper disabled for today, by the way, as well, because I figured I mean, that's true. I'm aware that it's a sponsored stream, and I'm also aware that I tend to say a lot of it's a different streaming service. I tend to say a lot of words. And I don't plan on changing what I'm doing for a sponsored stream, but I figured less. Oh my god, Monkey. Did I do that? Well, I mean, why don't you start by... Well, you can knit amigurumi. I mean, if you can crochet a square, you can crochet a circle. The only difference really is occasionally you'll do an increase or a decrease, so that just means 2 stitches into 1 or 1 stitch into 2. That's it really. That's 60. Hey, what size is it for an adult, AJ? Seems like it might be a little small. Well, you know, it's true though. Like, if you know how to do... I would think like maybe 80 or 90 might be better for an... But I'm not a knitter. Oh, using bulky? Okay. Oh. Yeah, AJ's working on making their own hat. Pretty cool. Maybe do a swatch in the yarn that you want, and then take a tape measure and measure your head. And then you'll be able to figure out how many stitches per inch that way. You'll get an idea of... coffee is so good. It's interesting that you only got quote from one. Wait. I just realized we didn't hear the moo today, did we, Punky? Didn't hear the moo. I was like, wait a minute, we only got one quote response. I don't know. Alright, 6 and then an increase. I don't have chat, my Streamlabs chat put up. So we didn't move for you.
I'm a cow, so like move or whatever.
Here you go. You can be only stop. Oh no. Yep. Of course, you had to get one of the DDP quotes. And yes, there's one of. It's fine. It's fine. Also, exclamation mark retweet. If you'd like to give me a little bit of a... No, don't apologize, Echo. It's not on you, love. But yeah, no. Like, if I didn't want them as a quote, I wouldn't have them saved. That's for me. And the last sponsored stream we did, I sent them the entire 6-hour VOD, and I was not pristine and sweet and innocent there, so I'm not. No false pretenses have been presented there, so don't you worry about that. Yes. I kind of don't want to move quokka now because it's peeking through the O. Kind of love that. Good. No, never be ashamed here. Especially since you're just accidentally repeating something that I actually said out loud. That's our great practice. Thank you for doing those great commands, Punky. Oh, can you weave in some elastic maybe? Yeah, I've got the, well, my hubby doesn't wear hats. Aw, that's sweet. But my mum-in-law prefers larger hats. I have one hat that I knitted, and I was just like, it's exciting to knit. I learned how to do the continental style on stream a few weeks ago. Was it only, I think it was only a few weeks ago. And I loved it and I was excited. And then by the time I finished the hat, I was just like, I'm so done with this. I'm back to crochet. But no, it was good. I was pleased with how it came out. And it washed up nicely too. Okay. It's a slouch hat. I could have made it longer. Well, you know what? You could have called him a chump. Or a lot worse. Especially since we don't know the identity of said spouse. We don't know any better. I would say Champ is getting off pretty lightly. Sup, Champ? Good work. Good on you for supporting spousal crafting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And Didn't increase. Thank you. We aim to please. It's all about the entertainment. And my hand keeps slipping down this and crochet hook. Or this is going to be a very big strawberry in comparison to quokka. Okay, well, we'll probably still be here when you get back, unless you're leaving state or anything. Drive safe. Be safe. We'll talk soon. Bye. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I feel like I'm off somewhere, but I don't think anyone's going to be counting stitches on a strawberry. It's definitely going to be a very large strawberry for a very small quokka. Oh, really? I have a few people in here who try to help me count. It's very, very useful. Okay. So 24. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm off by 1. You should have counted earlier. Alright, we're just gonna squeeze it in here. It'll be fine. It's a strawberry. Nothing symmetry. Regrets. Regrets. Alright, now it's perfect. Alright, so now we're doing 2 rounds without any increase or decrease. That's gonna be nice and easy. Yeah, the pattern calls for like doing little pips on the sides, but I kind of don't think it really needs it because the shadows on the stitches kind of give it that texture already. I mean, I could get some white thread or something and just like weave it through. But I don't really think I need to. Courtney's gone quiet, so she's probably crashed again. Or she's going to because I just said that. Ah. They were probably just yelling like, dog, 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 dog. Daisy sometimes does like a little call and reply routine with a dog somewhere out east. You'll hear that dog will bark and then she'll reply and they'll reply, and it's just like they're probably all just saying bark. What the heck? I think I'm gonna look at seeing if I can just get a clover in this size. Alright. Oh. Here. Oh, right. I had a timer on that. To prevent double adding. It'll work now? There. My stitch marker. It's a check command that I set up in Stream Elements. Yeah. Otherwise, I lose my place. If you also use Stream Elements, I can tell you what the code is for it. I had to do that when I was knitting because I kept on losing place, and I was just like, okay, everyone remember this number. I mean, I don't know that it's fancy, but thanks. Do you use Stream Elements chatbot? I mean, it's all about using what's useful. Yay, you did it. It's only taken, what, 4 years for me to figure this out? Slowly. Coming up on 4 years. Oh, okay. Well, you know what? That's fine. As long as you enjoy it, doesn't matter how often you do it, or where, or when, or... Oh, see, this is my social interaction. I've got so used to Twitch now. Whoa. What? Well, that's cool. What do you stream? Oh, craft streams are great. I tend to lurk on craft streams on my days off. I might not say anything because I kind of get like burned out socially by the end of the week, but I do tend to lurk in a few streams, and I enjoy watching craft streams. It's nice when I'm doing other stuff. Yeah, I get my social fix through Twitch, but then by the end of the week I'm like, I'm done. So I take Mondays and Tuesdays to recharge, and then we're back ready and raring to go on a Wednesday. Alright. So this is the width of it. It's huge! In relation to... That's gonna be like the biggest strawberry the quokka ever did see. Go back to that, because that entertains me too much. Do you think that starburst pattern that we've got will work for just a circle? I mean, it is a small quokka. It's a life-size strawberry and a very small quokka. I could have tried, whoop, there. I was tempted to try and make the quokka a little dark blue hoodie himself with like a little hat. But I'm not sure on my patience level for that. Ooh, my shoulder just crunched. We'll do a big stretch, or a little stretch, or a something stretch. Okay, so now we've got 2 rounds of decreases. Ooh, look, they replied to my stream alert. That's cool. Alright, so 2 stitches and then a decrease. Oh, it's going flat fast. Okay. I really love this red. In fact, this brand of yarn just has the nicest colors. One, 2, decrease. Give. Ugh. Because I crochet so tightly, it does make decreases a pain in the butt. I had that problem with knitting as well. Trying to purl in Continental was brutal. Oh, Courtney, thank you for that. Oop. Gonna be the bestest strawberry ever. Ah. Oh. I don't think I've ever had that. Norwegian knitting I've never heard of. Is it something where you could maybe switch to a smaller size needle? Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, that's the, well, I don't have nearly as much experience as you do. I started knitting like 3 years ago, and then I started doing crochet after a few months. But I started off with the English style, and like I said, like a few weeks ago I switched to learning Continental, and I was just like, this is so fast! Until I got to the pearls. And oh god, ribbing was just such a like... We got there. In the end. I will for sure. If you're so inclined, and this is the same for anyone who's just joined us today, you're welcome to join Discord and show off your work, whatever you make, or whatever your creative or gaming thing is. I also understand if you don't want to, because every single streamer in the world and their dog has a Discord. But you are all welcome to join and do a little bit of a flex, because I love seeing what people are working on. And stuff like that's really good to do as well. Post like the Norwegian pearl I've never heard of before. I am intrigued. No, not Norwegian forest cat. Not Norwegian elk. Norwegian pine. Prison. Port Canaveral. What? Oh, pudding. Puffin dog. I love seeing what Google comes up with for autocomplete on stuff. Oh, that's cool. The first one I come up with was a tutorial from Very Pink. I know this lady. Yeah. It was her, and then there was like one other that I watched so many of her tutorials. I remember the other lady that I watched, but she was almost elven in appearance. Like she's really sort of very fey and pixie, and she just had this really cute way of describing how it all works. She's so fast. Alright, so that's the yarn on the left. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Good lord, that looks confusing. This woman has so much knowledge, it's crazy. Jeez. That's a lot of steps just to get a pearl though. Like when you just start with like the twisting of the needles? And the extra, like the yarn over, it's just like, what? But it actually doesn't look that bad because it kind of slips itself off the needle, doesn't it? I can see how it would work. It's very confusing, especially while I'm holding a crochet hook in my hand. It's like, what is this? Oops. I have a pair of socks that I started. And I think I want to... did I do my decreases the wrong way? I think I did my decreases backwards. I just realized I did my decreases backwards. Grr. At least it's not a big row. I wasn't paying attention and did my decreases on back loop instead of front loop. And nobody said anything. Thanks, Carter. Oh, okay, cool. Okay. Thank you for pointing out the error of my ways. Actually, the nice thing is, because I've already done this and frogged that row, stitches are already kind of loosened up. Right, so we've got this round and one more. You sleep well, Coder? Get your exercise in today? Goodbye. Goodbye. Well, don't push yourself too hard, because, you know, full bodies and stuff. And a decrease. I've been asleep like the last few days. Oh, you know, I've been curious about them, Punky. That's not gross. I just wish they wouldn't call them panties. I hate that word very much. We drove on for a little while. Yeah, the last one actually did well. It was like a super urgent delivery, and we still managed somehow to not... Well, things arrived in one piece, somehow. The brand that I get my menstrual cup from have period undies, and I was curious about them as well. Because the cups are on sale for like $6 until the end of this month, which is crazy good. Like, I should totally get another one. But I was curious about the undies. Oh yeah. So Courtney was grumbling about going so slow. It's because they had speed restrictions set on. They sound fantastic. I just need to find some at a good price. But yeah, it sounds good. See? It ain't gross. This is all about being comfortable and safe and hygienic. As I said, if anyone uses cups, I totally recommend June. June is in the month. Up until the end of this month, their cups are $6 plus shipping, so I think it's like $9. And I know they have discs as well. And this isn't sponsored or promoted or anything. It's just from my experience. They have the discs as well, which are good if you want more activity during your cycle. But they do have underwear as well. I don't know what the discs are, but I love the June ones. But yeah, I'm all about. Yeah, I hate pads, but all about normalizing talking about health. I won't even say it's women's health. It's just health. Because it ain't just women's health. Yeah, that's where I got my cup from anyway, but they have discs as well. Yeah, their discs are $15 at the moment. Seems like a good deal. But yeah, at the beginning of the pandemic, they dropped all their prices to wholesale. Which is fucking amazing. Yes. I mean, what I use depends on how my hands are. Sometimes I can't fold a cup. But we've definitely saved a lot of money by me using a cup most of the time. And now this is 1 and a decrease. The other thing I like about that June website is they don't use gendered language. And I think that's really cool. Alright, so we're doing 1 and a decrease all around. Quokka's gonna get a strawberry. Well, you know, not everyone can be perfect ordering things from Australia. That's okay. We'll forgive you. Did I just do a decrease? I have no idea. Huh. How do you feel? But no, I'd rather people feel comfortable talking about health, especially reproductive health. How do you feel? It's important. It affects all of us. Well, I mean, I could make a giant kiwi to hold the teeny tiny quokka. Monster kiwi. 5 days from Aussie? Holy crap. That is impressive. I don't know, it's magic. Yeah, for sure.
How do you feel?
Poopy. All right, now we stuff the strawberry. So apparently using this pattern with worsted yarn makes it a life-size strawberry. Creamy chicken flavor? I don't know. Hey, you know what? If you were enjoying it, good. Good things don't have to be expensive. Good things can be cheap, like me. I got a proper pokey stick now. Well, I mean, that's fair. Proper pokey stick. One, two, three, four. I think I'm gonna do another round. Hunky approved, proper pokey stick. Could be confused with a pocky stick. It's delicious. It has about the same nutritional value. Pockies. This is the pokey stick that I got, the punky scent. It's a pretty good looking strawberry. Here is fiber? Doesn't taste very good. It's not tasty at all. You've created a monster. All right. One. Two. Three. mean, did you really expect any other result? Oh, wait, what? Her love seeps out of her feet. Well, that's a story waiting to be told. Hi, love. Welcome. Eat. Found one more. And you missed it. We had a big old follow bot thing last night. It was a lot. Yeah, we had like 2 back-to-back follows, and I was like, okay, cool.
Hey, this is Southbound F, bringing you your wellness check. Maybe you
Thank
need
you,
to take your
Carter.
vitamins. Maybe you need to take your medication. Have
Dude.
you had any water today? Maybe you just need to stand up and take a deep breath. You know, clear your head a little bit. Just remember
Vitamins.
to take care of yourself. You're worth it.
Thank you. No, that's fine. Yeah, we're just like, I had two follows, and I was like, cool, and then a third, and I was like, suspicious, and then the 4th, and I was like, right. So I used the button that I prepared, my Angie face button, to lock everything down, and we gained like 500 followers. Blah. Vitamins have been taken. Thank you, Carter. It was not delicious. I'm assuming they'll fall off again at some point. I'm just so glad that I have that button set up to basically shut it all down. Dev's voice is like 100%. The voice to like for radio or to read a story or telling tales. It is lovely. I have noticed a lot of like people are using that redemption less, and I think it's because people are worried that it's gonna like interrupt me. I don't care. We still need more voices for that too. Burberry. This coochie green that just keeps on going. All right. Okay, they look simple enough. Alright, magic circle. One, two, three, 4, 5. All right, round 2. What? Oh, okay. So, chain 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Two. 3. Give. Rah! Alright. Whoopsie. 3. 2 and 3. Sure. Where is it? Oh, there. Give! Oh my gosh. Stop it. Right. 3 and then flip stitch. And 4. So I don't know. I'll have a play with that starburst pattern and see if it works. What I want to do. I'm sure there's probably a pattern out there to do what I want to do, but apparently reinventing the wheel is my thing. E and AJ, why look for a pattern when you could just make one up yourself? And Punky. Yeah, I just need a circle, really. Yeah. I mean, you came up with the pattern for the hat, though. I just followed instructions. 2, 3, 4. Oops. I'm really impressed at how this looks, actually. Three, 4, 5. Oh, I should have saved the red tail to attach this. Aw, shut. Dab. We have top of strawberry. How cute is that? Didn't need that. One second, I just need to open my door and let some air in. Starting to actually feel a bit warm. It's 63 in my room, but with this thing on, whew, toasty toasty. Yeah, that's a cute little pattern. It's just a free one I found. A free one I found. Yeah. I was curious about it, but the fact that it kind of like flips up at the edge is actually kind of perfect. I mean, I'm just making this for myself, I guess. I guess I could do a giveaway at some point for it. I've just had this quokka sitting on my desk for what, like a month now? I don't think I've done anything aquatic. I've done a squirtle. I don't know if that counts. Yeah, I reckon. And I have a Bulbasaur started. Okay. No, I haven't. I've done a Squirtle. I've made an Eevee hat and a Pikachu hat that I just kind of made up as on the fly that you've probably seen up in that spring slideshow. I've got a Bulbasaur started and a Murkrow that I'm working on. I kind of love this. Isn't that the one that's kind of like a Loch Ness kind of thing? Oh, that sounds adorable, Noki. Like, I keep on fussing because somehow it's like a little bit asymmetrical, but it doesn't matter because it's a strawberry. Oh, you know, I was curious what you were making. Now you've told me that it was because I had the sound off because I was doing stuff, but I was watching, but that makes sense now. So I saw you hold it up to the camera and I was like, it looked familiar, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. That makes sense. Oh, here. Alright, I need to switch to a smaller. Aww. I'm a little... I was worried that that might not work. Given how tight this is, I don't think I need to worry about going back and forth over it. Oh god. All right, strawberry. That'll do. Ooh, that sounds like a cute idea. I like that. All right, so now, oh, it's too cute. I don't know how he's gonna hold on to it, but he has a prop now. I suppose I could have done like a little loop of green or something. Nom 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 nom. Apparently I'm now 5 and playing with dolls. If I'd thought about it in advance, I would have used magnets. I've used magnets before. That's true. Yes. Now our quokka has a strawberry. Well, I don't want to attach it because I may want to make more props for him in the future. But I'm pretty happy with that. Whoa. When you open the camera and you get selfie mode instead of, like, not selfie mode. Yeah, I've got some little... I guess just for the purpose of a picture I can use. I think I've actually got a softbox somewhere. I just don't know where I put it. But you're gonna be off balance because of the strawberry now, aren't you? You little jerk. Sit. It is nice actually. The phone that I got for Christmas, it's got a few things that are a bit janky about it, but it has a much better camera. So, see, here we go. Woo! I'm so aggressive. Quokka has strawberry now. There. That was not the best type of pen to use. Yeah. Okay, so now we get to experiment with... Oh, out of the way. These. Alright, first things first. Cut this padding off. Curious to see what this is going to look like on the inside. Hoping? Yeah. Okay. I was hoping this would be the case. See, it's got this join here, so I don't have to worry about something popping. Don't think I want that. So this is no shiny one that's not. Earmuffs. So they're they go around the back of your head, so they're really good if you've got a ponytail or something. But what I want to do is replace the this. I'm going to try and see if I can do some granny circles and just recover it. I used this style of earmuffs a lot when I was little. They're quite small. See? But they do the trick. Hey. It was quite rigid wire, which is great. These are not very sharp scissors. Oh, I just realized. Oh. Alright. So now we've got this. So we basically want to make God, that looks weird. You could probably use this as a frame for doing layer buns, actually. I'm gonna make some 4 circles that are the size. So I've decided what I want to do is to try and make like a flower of sorts. So I just need to get this pattern out of our Discord from our community craft. Creative community craft projects. Yeah. It looks about the right shape and size, so I need different hooks. Oh no, I don't need my I need my J. How big are these? Actually, you know what, I'm gonna try it with the I. We'll just see how it goes. We've got this yellow, and then I've got sparkly white. Really see the on camera. Sparkles. And then green. So I'm gonna have to look up how to do some of this, I think. Okay. So we've got and 15 DC. And I really knocked that camera, huh? This is gonna be the center circle for first of 4 granny circles. Man, 16 is a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 19, 11. This is also the same pattern for the community craft project that we're doing. I just won't be finishing it into a square. 12. 13. 14. I should have 16 stitches now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, 12, 13. Wait. One, two. Something weird. Unless that gets counted. Slip stitch into top of initial 3. Okay, let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thank you, bot. Maybe I could reduce the frequency on that. I am very cozy. It is 62 in my room and my hands are toasty. It'll work, right? Counting the needle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and now we switch to white. Okay, I don't know how to do the puff stitch, so I guess we're gonna learn as we go. Chain 2, 1, 2. Up. Yarn over. Go into stitch, yarn over and pull back through 3 times. Is this right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yarn over and pull through 2. 2. Yarn over. 2. 2. 4 loops. I feel like that's not right. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Never mind. I was combining 2 different stitches. Alright. Yarn over. Go into stitch. Yarn over. Back through 3 times. 2, 3, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is the this is the square pattern that you guys have been doing for the community blanket. I'm just borrowing it for I'm gonna make some circles. Whoops. Oh, it's not magnetic. Make some circles to redo these earmuffs because these are just boring black earmuffs. So I figured I could do circle, like cute crocheted circles, and cover this and make some cute earmuffs. And since the square for the community blanket starts off as a cute circle, I figured that would be perfect for this. I just realized it's a bit blurry. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I hope it works. And I'm gonna do it so it kind of looks like a flower, a daisy. Yeah, it's... yeah. It's different, yeah. I've not done one with 7 loops before. Yeah. Why is that one so tricky? Oh, that was the last stitch of the round. But you still knocked out those squares real fast. Ah, I cannot get that through there. Ugh. Hey, Arrow. Oh, did I put that in the wrong place? Now I'm worried I put that in the wrong place. Oh well. Oh. Fuck it. You learn by doing. Thank you, Courtney. Yeah, it certainly looks a lot fancier than it actually is. Y'all should do that too. Have a stretch. Have a drink. I'm using white yarn's got a bit of a sparkle to it too. Honestly, I don't think I'd know the difference between a cluster and a puff. Yeah. I don't know if this is going to be large enough. Alright, slip stitch in between first and second puff. What? Slip stitch in between. Why would I slip stitch in there? Is that what it means? Slip stitch in there? That doesn't make sense. I haven't done this pattern before, so... Did I just add a bunch of new stitches? I think I did something wrong. The thing I was supposed to do a chain one to anchor it, not a chain one up here. Wasn't paying attention. All right, try this again. So in chain 1. I think that's what I was doing wrong. I think I did it wrong. I'm redoing it. Like, instead of doing the single chain down to here, I was doing a single chain up here. Think. Pulling through the 7. I was doing a single chain here. Should be doing a single chain down here. Oh, that I don't. Yeah, I just don't think I was doing the puff stitch properly. It's not one that I'm familiar with. Ugh. Cat. Rat. Fuck, why am I struggling with this so much all of a sudden? Oh, you did? But then I had more than 16 stitches. According to this pattern, it's not supposed to be. At least. Alright, I'll just finish this round and see what happens. Like, that looks better. But it says I'm supposed. I guess this puff stitch has this stitch and then a chain, and that's it. I think I'm just overcomplicating things. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm overthinking it. Like, I never do that. Mother of God. Ugh. Alright. Yeah. Well, actually, it's... Oh, damn it. I'm using the pattern from the community craft project to make something else. Make some earmuffs. I'm replacing the black polar fleece from these with some crocheted circles. This is the frame. Oh. Man, my thumb's getting cramped now. Really? Litbot? Really? Hold on a second. Fix that. One second. There. Now the bot will stop being good. Efficient. That little fiber, the sparkle thread is making it just a little... Oop. Adding a little more grab. Than I was expecting. Thank you so much for all your retweets, guys. I super appreciate it. That works. Oh, I missed one. I did make an accessory. We have a little strawberry now for our quokka. Okay, you do that. We're living on the edge. No, what I'm doing now is I've got a bunch of these earmuffs. And I've cut the polar fleece off. And I'm making some crochet circles to put on here so that I can have more interesting earmuffs. Thursday. Well, you know what? Maybe Madame Zenny should stop beating people up so that she doesn't need to put her arm in a sling. Oh, dang, Courtney. And I'm using the pattern for the community craft project to make the circle. that's okay. Nothing wrong with taking breaks. I feel so clumsy doing this. Right? Crap. Damn it, I keep on like picking up an extra loop in there. No, stop it. Oh, you maxed out long distance? Nice. The long ones are nice to do on stream, I think. Well, I like doing the long one. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 16. We have 16 puffs. Round 3. Hang on. Okay, so this is slip stitch in between first and second puff of the round. It wants me to slip stitch into there? Is that right? Seems a bit weird. I would have thought it'd make more sense to slip stitch into there. Or to there. There makes sense. Not there, actually. Just tell me to slip stitch into there. Oh. Oh, no, I guess. Okay. No, I see. I just shut up and do what the pattern says. Trust in the pattern. Alright. Welcome back. Circle. Not sure if it's gonna be big enough. Chain 2. 3 DC 3. Wait. DC 3 together, so 1, 2, 3. Yay! No? Oh, I'm not finishing them. Like that. Okay. Alright, so there we go. Okay. And then chain 2. Is that right? It looks okay. I missed one? Oh, right. Because of this chain in the first one. One, 2, 3, 4. There's the 5. All right. Fresh fish. Two, 3. Sammy, hi, hello. Right, Courtney, we're famous. Someone threw a yellow snowball. Gross. This yarn has sparkle. Really, it's 61 degrees in my room and I am cozy as heck right now. Super cozy. Oh, maybe it will be about the right size. I think this is going to be perfect. Okay, I'm going to make them all and then I'll start and I'll join them together and then I'll do like a half double around here and then join these two. See what it's like. I mean, obviously it's going to be a bit gappy because it's crocheted, so it'll still let some air through. But I think these will be cute as earmuffs. I can also now see how people knocked them out so fucking fast. I'm a big fan of being able to just work in chain gaps rather than in the backs of other stitches. I decided to go down a hook size because I figured it would just make the stitches a bit more dense. I think we kind of lucked out with that. I do like the sparkle in this. It's gonna be so pretty. Oh, I'm also worried that maybe it'll be a bit itchy. Maybe I should use non-sparkly yarn on the inside. Yeah. So I have plenty of white worsted. If I use the non-sparkle on the inside, so we get the sparkle on the outside for appearance, but not against the skin. That might be a better idea. Yeah, I mean, I do have plenty of green. I've got the coochie green. I wanted it to look like a daisy, but instead it's going to look like a fried egg. Well, green makes more sense against the skin anyway, honestly. No, wait, I want green bacon on the band. All right. Slip stitch into the chain 2 behind your beginning. This one. Next one. Okay, that makes sense. You're right, now it does look like a fried egg. A sparkly fried egg. Okay. Yum. God, it really does look like a fried egg. What have I done? Now, let's see. Look at that. Size-wise, it's bang on. So with the green, and then I'll do the green around the outside edge too to join it. I think it'll be fine. Hunger cow. We don't have to use green. I could use like pink or something. But it's basically the right size. It does look like a lot like an egg, and I'd never thought about that until Punky mentioned it. And now I'm just like, well, now I've got egg on my face. That's true. They're not a bad thing. All right, so an egg McEarmuffin. Oh my god. Are we just gonna lean into the egg brand then? Is that what we're doing? Two eggs connected by a bacon. Yeah. Do I have bacon colored yarn though? Do I have a DDP-ish? I have a very pale pink. I don't really have a bacon color. It's definitely evolved. I mean, it's an experiment. We're okay with that. Just want red. I've got a couple of different reds. Oh. I'm thinking that one. Oh, and then alternate colors. So in that case, breakfast. Egg. Wait, what did you call it? The egg McEarmuffins? Do we want to use that for the back of it then? So it's like the bottom of a fried egg? Or do we want to keep it white? Egg McEarmuffin. But, you know, sunny side up. And all. Instant millionaire. Yeah, I'm not convinced about the instant millionaire. Let's keep to white. Definitely not using sparkle though. For 1 minute, I need to stretch. Alright, that was not elegant. You didn't need to see. Alright. You definitely don't want green unless we're doing. Okay, hear me out. Egg on one side, fried green tomato on the other. Probably overthinking it. My brain. You've all broken my brain. Oh, well, welcome to my channel, Courtney. Like fried green tomatoes are delicious. I don't need the poke stick. Don't need that. Also, I'm gonna be a good girl and I'm gonna weave in the ends as I go. You can't get much more cozy than eggs and bacon. Unless you don't like bacon. In which case we can just pretend it's veggie bacon. I think that's the thing. Eggs and bacon. Thank you, bot. I don't know why I'm thanking my bot. One day my bot will reply and I'll just be like, what? I put it on a timer. I don't think I need it on the timer. Fried chicken. Oh my gosh, let me show you this. I know my friend sent me this picture. Here, where are we? Wait for it, wait for it. Okay, keep waiting. Okay, here. Wait for it. Wait, you're still waiting, right? Look, look, look. It's even got Raj. Friend, I have people sending me like cute crochet stuff. Mel sent that one to me. Isn't it great? I just love the detail they went to making like the little ranch dressing. I was like, no, that's fun. Exactly. No. Like, are we gonna have to start making just like crocheted paper, crocheted food now? This is gonna be my life. Bees and crocheted food. I mean, it's such a simple idea as well. So, do I want to use a slightly larger hook for the outside one just to give me a bit more room to join it? Yeah, we're making eggs and bacon air muffins. Somehow that's what happened. But I think if I use the J hook for the back part of the egg. And Necro, or yeah, look at this picture that Mel sent. I didn't make this. This is just a picture that my friend sent me, and I was just like, I love it. Hi Al. Necro, hello. Egg McEarmuffin. But yeah, if I use a J-hook for the back one, it'll just give a little bit more give. So I can join the two together. I think. So I guess it doesn't matter if I'm using white to join them. Whoops. I mean, that's kind of an occupational hazard of being in this channel, Al. I mean, we've already made a strawberry today for our quokka. I guess it makes sense that we're carrying on with the breakfast theme. Alright. Yeah. Quokka needed a strawberry. And since I wanted to do something to carry on with the quokka thing, because, you know, like the quokka on my Oodie. Hashtag sponsored, by the way. And they sponsored my stream today, so I want to do something to add on to it. And I'm like, I don't want to make another quokka. And I was like, it needs a snack. So we made a little strawberry. Thank you. Alright. I'm just gonna use plain white for the inside. Yes! Alright, hang on. Let me start this again. Yes, very much hashtag actually sponsored. Like, for realsies. Also, there's a couple of tweets. If you have Twitter and you wouldn't mind supporting me, there's a couple of tweets that I would really appreciate a little love for. Yes, that's the one. Thanks, guys. Just it happened accidentally like that earlier, Al, and I kind of loved it, so I just kept it up. But yeah, if you guys wouldn't mind terribly retweeting and liking and clicking some links for there, I would be incredibly grateful. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. I appreciate the support. Enjoy your B-motes. Alright, how many have I done? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. 4 more. 4 more. It still, like, blows my mind that I had it, like, that we had a genuine sponsorship offer. Like, they like us. Fancy bees. I wish they would show animated on the overlay, but I'm also kind of glad that they don't, because it could get a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can't count. Why is counting so hard? God, this yarn feels so different to the the metallic one. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4. Gosh! How's he going with that? I wasn't sure if he'd enjoy it or not. He got frustrated with a bit with Origins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That boy does enjoy attention and head pats. Loves head scratches. You can make him stop mid-sentence by giving him a scratch. Alright, so this is the round with the puff stitches. 1, 2. This is almost as hard to use as just... Oh, yeah, I just realized I'm using the wrong size hook. Thanks, guys. I'm like, why is this so small? About to make a teeny tiny egg. There we go. Oh, it's zipping through. Could have blocked that actually. And the center of the eggs, the yellow that's on the center of the eggs, is yarn that Punky sent. I mean, I'm just leading into it now. It's like, in my head, they're eggs. I started off wanting to be flowers. They're eggs. It's 100% an egg now. There's no way it's not. Egg. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wow. 13. That's right. That's how you say eggs in New Zealandish. Eggs. One, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10. 3, 4, 5. 5 or 7? 7. 7. 7. Huevos. Probably mold that. Okay. So this is the booty of the egg? No, because you're a subscriber, you don't need to get everything translated. Hi, Theory. Yeah. I'm making eggs.
AKA Saturday 86. This is a reminder for you to drink some water, eat some food, take your meds, and be kind to yourself. Yes, even you.
No, it's too late. You're one of us now.
You deserve it.
You did get the twin message. You're having. Well, I'm sorry. I don't know how to undo that. You'll have to ask Coda about that. Huh. Well, there is an arts market, like called the Riverside Arts Market or something like that, that pops up. I don't know how often. I don't know if it's every week. That's like a farmer's market and arts and stuff, so there might be something there. And it's an outside market. Why, yes, Al, that is an Oodie that I'm wearing. Hashtag sponsored by Oodie. It's amazing. Am I Oh boy, tell me about it. Hi, Mrs. B. That discount code actually gives you a bigger discount than any store special they have right now. And I love this thing. Like right now it's 61 degrees in my room. It's like, I don't know, 50 something out, 45 outside, 61 in. This is the quokka one. And I'm not cold. I'm cozy as heck. This thing is huge. Like, I'm 5'7" and it comes to my knees. I love it. So when I'm sitting, I can like, fucking cold. We need a unit translation bot. Hang on. 61 F2C. 16 degrees Celsius in my room. Which to me is fucking cold. Yeah, 16 or 17. And it is 7 outside. Well, actually, 4 outside. We don't have heating. Well, we don't have central. I have a radiator heater in here, like a little rolling oil heater. But I don't need it with this. Flynn's got the heater on in his room, but I genuinely don't need the heater on with this thing. And it's all like fuzzy on the inside. Amy! Hi, Amy. Thank you for that resub. I appreciate all your support. Also, Amy, I did give you your right. For your Streamlabs one, your Dixper crate is what I'm trying to say. I don't have Dixper enabled today because it's actually a sponsored stream. Oodie are actually sponsoring me today. But yeah, I gave you the no spoops crate. I now have a spoops crate and a no spoops crate. I gave you the no spoops one. But yeah, so early today, last time, the reason I made the quokka is the first sponsored stream that Oodie did for me, I was like, I don't know what to do, so I made a quokka. And so this time we made him a strawberry. Yes! Big honky shout outs for Oodie. And yes, I love it. I love it. I love it. And my discount code is evergreen, and it works internationally as well. So if you click on the link in the Oodie command, it'll take you to you can go to your regional store from there. If you are so inclined. I only needed to do an hour. Hey, Patty. But it's chilly and I like wearing this, so I'm still wearing it. So yes, we started off the stream making a strawberry, and now we are making an egg Mick ear muffin. Is that right? Did I get that right? Egg Mick ear muffins. Yes. Yeah. Why are you being so difficult? One day, I will actually make a hype chat command. It's one of those things that I just keep forgetting about. There it is. Hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Hi, Jackie. Bonsoir. Celebrate. I struggle a bit with the puff stitches, but so yeah, we've got the sunny side up for the outside of the ear, and then bacon high, and then that'll go like there. And then have just the plain white on the back, and then bacon on the back strap. It morphed. It was just going to be flowers, but somehow my idea of it being a white daisy became, it looks like a fried egg. He used to call you a wombat? I've called people a wombat before. He's obsessed with bacon. There's good, I mean, somehow, look. This yellow that you sent, Punky, is perfect for the egg yolk color. It is bang on. This is the Punky yellow. Yes, and it has become excellent. Hi, Goku. Okay, you have good sleep, Mrs. B. Look, I'm really surprised that no one else has at this point. Thank you for popping in, love. Popping in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Have good nights of sleep. Yeah. Oh, Flintstone Viking drinking competitions. In game, not IRL. I mean, those two kind of go together. In a certain way. Alright, Amy. You have good sleeps too. I appreciate you both bunches. No, you! Ah! Take that! Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm munted. Alright, so then we do chain 2, string at 1, 2, 3, here, chain 2, and then more on this one. So not sleepy, I'm hungry. I did eat before stream, but it was a while ago now. It's a bit, I look over and I've still got those frickin' chicken drumsticks sitting there. Funky, thank you for those retweets. Appreciate it. Does sound good. I know, I just looked over and I was like, man, I could do with some goddamn chicken legs. Could do with some goddamn chicken legs. Hi, Victor. What am I gonna do with bacon and eggs freaking earmuffs? With them and make everyone else hungry. So yeah, because once Mum had like a bag of these and she gave them to me. She's like, maybe you could think of a way to cover them, and I was just like, I don't know, because of the polar fleece. And it just came to me overnight that I could just crochet some circles. So I figure for the bacon what I'll do is I'll do like maybe 4 or 5 rows with the reds alternating the shades. And then do like half doubles and then a double, and with the double maybe pop some white through in between. I would. I was kind of looking for a single stream project though. Or I could do a cowl in waffle stitch. Yeah? And then I could do like a little block of butter on there. Oh, that is pretty cute. I don't think I would wear that though. Like, I have like 3 cowls already and a few scarves. I don't know. Yay! Good job. Did it arrive as like fish soup or fish? Ish. Bush. An egg. Courtney. I forgot what I was doing here. Do it. There's gummy bears. I know you can deliver gummy bears. I mean, that's kind of taking it to extremes, but I mean, sure. Sorry. I was in at lamb, not so much at the stomachs bit. But what about the poor little lambs of Clutch and Poke who need their stomachs or something? Oh man, haggis is so fucking good. It's really good on toast. Yeah, there's a few differences like that between the two. Like I think the in-cabin stuff is maybe better in ATS, only because they have a bee. But there's some things that I really like in ETS, and the variation is part of it. Uh-oh, Flint's about to get... What is it with him and polar bears? I was like, I don't know what I'm doing, but I just killed a polar bear. Alright, now we have the back of the egg. Oh, that's quite thick. Egg. Sure, I guess I need to weave in these ends too, huh? I was gonna put all the eggs together, like make all the eggs first and then come back. But I kind of want to see what it looks like now. I love eggs, man. Like poached eggs. My jam. I don't know if I left myself enough yarn on that other one. I'm trying to think if there's a way that I could make it so it's washable, but I don't think there is. It's gonna have to be a spot clean. It's so hard to maintain that discipline of weaving in ends as you go. Let's go. Hang on a second. For some reason, my rug's traveled under my chair and it's bothering me a lot. There we go. I have one of those non-slip mats. It's supposed to stop that from happening, but apparently it doesn't work. Maybe I gave myself enough. I could, but I kind of prefer the way it looks. This side. Don't know if that'll work. Do you think that'll work? Just doing like a single in these and then chain 2? Or should I maybe do half doubles? Actually, I should be joining them over the wire as well. And that'll hold it on. Maybe? I don't know if a single crochet is dense enough. I think I may have to do half doubles just to add a bit more coverage. Oh, apparently I was going backwards. Ugh. Stitch V's at the top. Oh, you mean in there? Hmm. Yeah. With the exposure. Let me turn the exposure down. Oh, down. Actually, exposure or gain? Can't turn gain down. So tricky, man. Yeah. Let me. Low camera? No, you're not gonna focus for me. Low camera. So that's with a single into the V at the start and the end, and then in the chain gap. Yeah, me too. You reckon? You don't think I need to do a half double there? Because I'm trying to crochet over the frame as well so that it doesn't slip. But it does give it a nicer edge. Yeah. Oh, this is a lot more finicky. I think I probably should have started stitching from the outside because I'm working kind of against myself here with this in the way. I don't think it really makes much difference. It adds, just kind of adds height to this stitch really instead of Yeah, all you're getting is that little extra millimeter or so. I was trying to think of a way to add more density, unless I do an increase in each of these gaps, just to kind of push the stitches together. I think that's going to be the way. That's true. I'm definitely working against myself here. I need to be... Wait, without even realizing it, I'm doing half doubles. Nerdy, hello! Yeah. Doing that increase makes a big difference there in that density. It just pushes those stitches together. I think that's what we need to do. And also I need to start from the outside. Makes a difference on this side too. But yeah. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is I'm actually gonna end this. Whoop. I'm just gonna end this because I don't know if I'm gonna have enough yarn. And then just get some fresh yarn from the skein to weave it around. Yeah, so I don't know, it just kind of happened. Funky. I went from making flowers to fried eggs. Yeah, the insides of these aren't. I think my starting chain for each is just not great. I think this is what we'll do. Very nice. Oh, no, quokka. No egg for quokka. Quokkas don't get eggs. Or egg for quokka. I feel like that could explain a lot of things in this stream, Punky. It just kind of happened. Cough, Punky, cough. Like that meme that was it Sadie that Sadie posted in Discord. Ooh. I saw the link you sent. In Crafty Chat. Was it? Was it in Crafty Chat? Crafty Ideas? No, it's okay, AJ. You do what you need to do. Oh, in gallery. I don't expect you here all the time. Memes and silliness. Memes and silliness. First you start knitting, then you try crochet, because that cool project requires it. And then you see all that marvelous embroidery and think, why not? And at a certain point you wonder, is it so hard to sew clothes? Maybe you could try and then start thinking about that old sewing machine, and then you see a video of someone spinning wool and feel your hands itching, but wool is so expensive. So how much is keeping alpacas? Funky. Right? I'm like, oh fuck, it's me. I feel like that's something that a lot of people can relate to. Stitch in time. Where's that? I've not heard of this place. Close the store pickup, but you can still place an order. Darn. Ooh. Oh, pretty colors. The Malabrigo is gorgeous. What? They have like a purple and green one. It's sock weight. Purple, white, and green. That's my thing. Alright, not yarn shopping on stream. Yes, they're very pretty. Like them. Alright, so... Hey! Alright, so we're gonna... This cool thing? What cool? Oh, right. Called the Oodie. We're gonna stitch it on from the outside. Because then I'm not fighting against the other ear. And I think that will make life a lot easier too. So now I'm wondering if it might be better to do the bacon first and then add the eggs. Because the bacon will kind of get tucked in between the eggs, right? What happens when you just start making shit up on the fly? See, when you craft and you're hungry, all of a sudden you end up making food. We're just gonna have that pinned in place there. Yeah, something. Well, I don't know about cool. So that's like one. So we can try this on. Okay. Oh, it's actually, that feels good. Don't mind me, I just have a finger in my yoke. But yeah, that feels comfy actually. It's actually perfect. Okay. So we know how to do the eggs. So let's muddle the bacon. Actually, don't muddle bacon. I don't think I want bacon in a cocktail. Sounds like a terrible idea. Okay. So we've got I mean, I have a bunch of them. My only concern is that they're not like very large. Like you can see my earlobe there, and I have quite a small head. So I just worry about people with big heads. So I suppose I could literally just say like, this is for this size. I think I've got like 10 of them. I mean, it seems, I mean, the egg was pretty easy to whip up. All right, I'm gonna go pee and then I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Unless you need to pee, in which case, please do that. I'll be right back. Okay, also, Punky, I don't know if you noticed, but I'm wearing the shirt you made. So... it's perfect size. There's the t-shirt, you can't see it, but I'm wearing a tie-dye t-shirt that Punky made. Hashtag not sponsored, just love my friend. So... I'm just trying to figure out if we do like a rect. I'm trying to decide if I want to try and do like a zigzag one and then come back and just like whip stitch onto the band, or if I should just do just a straight rectangle. Egg. Because even if I do just a straight rectangle, if I make it a little too long, it'll get bunched up and it'll give it that crinkly look. I don't have enough of this yarn to do, like bulk production. This was comfy on my ear though. I think I'm probably better off keeping it simple and just doing a straight rectangle. I keep on can hear Flint through the wall going, people asking him questions about Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and he's like, I don't know, I'm playing on my wife's account. I'm also trying to think, because if the rectangle stops there, what do I put in this corner? Or I can have the rectangle stopping in here. The inside, but the red is still kind of going to show through behind there. Well, you know what? I'll just start making a rectangle and see what happens. So I'm thinking, again, half double, just for the density of stitch. And I have no idea how long we're going to do it. So we're going to go for how long is a piece of string. And go from there. Since we are not doing the white anymore. Oh, stop it. Close your makeup. I think this will work. I mean, this is quite a dark red. I thought I adjusted the exposure there. Making bacon earmuffs. Take the bacon and you put it on your head or something. That's how the song goes, I think. We're starting off with a foundation half double because it gives more stretch. And it beats the hell out of having to try and work into a starting chain. Oh, is he getting grumpy because he doesn't know what's going on? Whoop. Yeah. This is the, it does have glitteries. Just very subtle glitteries. This is a Furls crochet hook. Kirby. Yeah, it's got glitteries. I'm assuming this is the one. Yeah. I really like, I like the weight of it and I like how thick the handle is, but I need to get a couple of like small silicone bands, like wedding bands, and just pop them on here just to stop my finger from slipping. But that's the hook that I use for all my small things. I really actually want to get some larger sizes. I want to get 5.5 mil and like an 8 or a 9 mil as well. Making pancakes. Bacon and you put it in a pancake. Gotta want bacon now. Bacon and eggs. I should probably count the stitches too when I get to figure it out so I can write myself a pattern. Is a good idea. I mean, I suppose at this point the only pattern is get off my yarn. I'm making bacon. I started off wanting to make a cute floral earmuff and somehow it's become breakfast funky. So we have a fried egg as an earmuff. So this is the actual earmuff that I've mauled. I've taken off the polar fleece like this. We're replacing the polar fleece with 2 fried eggs and I'm making a bacon strip to go around the back. Bacon. I love this type of ear warmer because it doesn't go over the top of your hair, so you can wear it with like a ponytail or whatever. It doesn't mess your hair up. Yeah, it just kind of started as a flower and Punky said it looked like an egg and now it's an egg. I'm not using a pattern really, I'm just kind of... Well, I used a pattern for the egg, but beyond that, I'm just kind of bringing it. Thanks, Punky. Always an inspiration. It's all your fault, Cow. Credit where it's due. Punky has inspired me. And, you know, like, the sparkle of the yarn kind of does give the impression of a slightly moist yolk as well. So I think what I'll do for the return row is I'll do it front loop only. Sort of thinking on the fly here, but if I do it front loop only, that means I can come through afterwards with the back loop and actually use the back loop to attach this to the strap to the band. I think that'll work. You keep saying it sounds like a plan. I'm like, does it though? Does it really? I've never had to make bacon before. Yeah, I'm gonna switch from dark red to light red. I don't know how many rows I'm gonna do. Maybe just 2 rows of each color. I think the pale red, I'm gonna do with just a single crochet. Otherwise, it'll end up being a really wide strap too. Yeah. So I think I'll do dark red and then a skinny row of the lighter red in single, and I'll do that front loop only. And then I'll do another row of dark red in half double. I mean, if you're not feeling it, you're not feeling it. I mean, I can whip some white through it. Does he desperately need the glove to, like, today? Oh, well, I mean, there you go. So you can, like, there's nothing worse than if you're not feeling like making something and you kind of have to out of obligation. It's just like, bleh. Now, what is language code ID? Yeah. Right? I think I need a few more stitches. Just trying to, I don't know if I've got any. I've got a lot of white and a lot of gold. Or I have like that, which is like a really pale creamy brown. Oh, or all that for burn bits? This one? A useful... I don't know. I see a lot of people making crocheted washcloths, but I remain incredibly skeptical as to how effective they would be. Have you considered fried eggs? Or perhaps a crocheted strawberry? I don't know what sort of use you're looking for. But we made a crocheted strawberry today and it was really cute. Yeah. Oh, I just realized this is wearing the earmuffs. Tell you what, it's effective. No. Alright, so that's about the right size. That's from clamp to clamp. Just shy of clamp to clamp, but there's stretch in it. Actually, no, I think I really want to do a few more stitches. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 31. Exactly 40. But I think a ripple is better. So I think I'm going to do 10 more, and then it's an easy number to remember. Yeah, I don't really either, Noki. Oh, okay. Oh. Yeah, I think if I do 10 more, and that'll let it sort of bunch a bit and give it that sort of wrinkly, bacony thing. Yeah. I have like a little... Not that I wear makeup very often, but it's like a little piece of fabric that's... It's kind of plush, actually. But it's really, it washes really well and you don't need to use anything else with it. You literally just make it wet. A tablecloth is a small project? 3. Yay! Kia ora, Skylar! And good job making a bee! Fair? Our little monkey! Welcome! Well, Skylar, if you have any questions, feel free to yell out. We have a bunch of people with different levels of experience. I'm making bacon. Sammy, thank you for that follow, love. I appreciate it. I started off making hi Colorful. Oh, thank you. Thank you for letting me know your pronouns. Exclamation mark pronouns is a really useful command actually, by the way. There's like an extension that you can add to Twitch so that it actually shows your pronouns. I'm Deliria. So I've taken these earmuffs, these polar fleece earmuffs. Thank you, Punky. And I've removed the fabric and I'm recovering the structure. Initially it was supposed to be flowers and somehow it's become bacon and eggs. So we have a sunny side up fried egg, and now I'm making bacon for the back stripe of it. But yeah, that pronoun is like Iggy. What? That Twitch thing is really useful. So if you feel like it, you can absolutely use that. You don't have to use the extension, but you can set your pronouns so other people can see them as well. It's very, very handy indeed. So yes, bacon and eggs to keep your, it's our oh lip bite, you cray cray. Our bacon and egg ear muffin. That was very elegant. Okay, well, you know, the same for anyone in here. If you have questions, feel free to yell out. I don't know the answer, then someone will. You're welcome to join Discord. If you don't want to, I get it, but you're welcome to join Discord and post questions, or if you've got something you'd like to show off, you can do that. We have lots of people with a wide range of experience in here who can help. I'm surrounded by a mountain of yarn, so if it's something simple, I can show you when you ask. So if it's like how to do an increase or a decrease or what's a half double, I can do that. We're a pretty friendly crowd. I don't just stream crochet, I also play games. I do crochets just on Sundays, but you're all welcome for any content that you're interested in. Whether you just want to lurk or whether you want to chat, totally up to you. Because I know as well it's very difficult to crochet and chat at the same time. Okay, that's fine. I'm not going to ask as to reasons because we are an 18+ channel. But that's fine. If you have questions, feel free to yell out. I lost count. Oh yes, bacon. Bacon, bacon, bacon. Have I done 50 yet? More is better than less. I feel like maybe 2 more. Yes, also, by the way, just specifically today's stream, we are sponsored by the Oodie, which is why I have branding. And also I'm currently wearing an Oodie. So I don't normally push a particular brand, but we are sponsored today. So feel free to check that out, and also retweet my tweets if you'd like to do so. I love my Oodie. I was so excited when they offered to sponsor a stream. The first one they actually gave me the Oodie, and the second time we've got another arrangement, and it's amazing! Love, love, love my Oodie. I've been wearing it all day. Alright, let's see if we've got 50 yet. 1, 2, 4. I can't count from left to right apparently. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 12. 13, 14, 15, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30. 1, 2, 3, 39, 40. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, one more. So close. It's so satisfying when you get like an exact number without trying to. So I kind of was. Alright. So. Oh, except I needed to switch to a different. Is it? Is anyone else finding that? Do you have a headset on maybe? Because nobody else has mentioned that. I can definitely turn it down though, that's fine. Oh my gosh, I love Forza. I basically streamed Forza Solid for 2 weeks. I think I accidentally had a stream where I did like 11 hours or something playing it. Okay. No, that's good. I'd rather be told than not. Alright. Okay. It's tricky sometimes to get it set up right. I appreciate you telling me. But yes, I love Forza. I mean, it shouldn't be drowning me out because I'm almost redline in my mic and my music's like half? Are you wearing a headset, maybe? So I know volume balances are quite different if you're a headset. Alright, so we're gonna do front loop only for this. And then I can use the back loop to attach it. 27? Wow, that's a lot. It may just be my tone of voice. Sometimes certain timbres or pitches will kind of do weird things. It's very fun. Right, so now we're making the fat strip. Also, I know if I look down, it can affect how my mic sounds too. I have no idea. I haven't fired it up in a while. I tend to just play by myself or just with a couple of mates who are just goofing off. I don't try to focus on acquisition. I do. I kind of like the way that looks. Just doing that back loop, it gives it a bit of depth. So I think when I do the red, I'll do the red in front loop. You want bacon? Mm-hmm. Bacon. I never would have thought that I would be making, we'd be crocheting a slice of bacon or a rasher of bacon, whatever you call it. Yeah. Like I said, I'm always happy for people to make suggestions and stuff, especially when you're just kind of, you know, figuring out what's going on. Nope, hang on. That's true, no one knows what mysterious turns life will take. Apparently I'm in half double mode. I wonder if bacon sales will increase and people will be like, why? What's going on in the world that's making everyone want bacon? So, the question is, on the return row with the dark red, do we want to do it back loop to push that forward? Or do we want to do it front loop? Thank you, Emilio. It's a good idea, actually. My throat's getting a bit sore. Front loop. I keep forgetting I'm wearing these. And that goes for you lot too. Do a hydrate and a stretch. I kind of like that I've got enough yarn here that I can just kind of do this and have a play. My yarn. Alright, so I'm doing front loop again. Right. That'll give like a nice little skinny strip of fat. Oh crap. God damn it, I hate it when that happens. Sure. All right, so that's it. I bury that tail a little. Oh, so you reckon just the one? I'm so confused right now. I don't know if I was supposed to. I was supposed to do into the front loop of the white, wasn't I? Okay, Gulliver. I'll see you later. Thank you, translation bot. That was very helpful. Yeah, alright. I think that will look better because it just makes the fat in. Because the meat's thicker. Never would have considered the engineering of a piece of bacon. The construction and depth. Did I just fuck it up again? Oh, it's fine. I'm getting confused. Apparently bacon is difficult. But yeah, then I think like one more row of singles and that'll balance it out. Winging it. All while trying to be entertaining too. I think one strip of fat's enough, otherwise it'll just get out of hand. We just need the suggestion that people think that it's bacon. You don't actually want them to think it's real bacon, because then they might do my thing, try to eat it. And don't eat. Punky says you're not allowed to eat urine. Yeah, I really, I feel like I ought to be trying to leverage more avenues of social media, like trying to do the ticking of talk, or I don't know, something. But I just, even the idea of trying to do like YouTube videos, I was just like, I don't even know where to start. It's like the streaming takes a lot of time, and then by the time I've finished, like even when I'm not streaming, I'm still thinking of stream stuff or emails or talking to other streamers, and then it's just like, wait, and then I'm supposed to like record YouTube videos and upload them as well? I don't know how some people do it. Oh, you did? Yeah, I know you said you were looking at some stuff more focused towards adults rather than youngin. And I was trying to upload all my Twitch VODs for a while there, but I just kept forgetting about it. I just want something that will automatically yank my Twitch VODs and put them to YouTube. I can't even keep up with that. But it's like, maybe I should try and do... Oh. No. Something? But I don't know what. I don't know if I do content elsewhere, if it'll be consumed. Yeah, no, I get that very much, Nerdy. I tried recording some gameplay for my YouTube channel, and I had like the intro card and everything all figured out because I'm good with that sort of stuff, but I just couldn't. Like, I'm used to doing like a running monologue of what I do on stream, even if there's no one in chat, but for some reason it felt different when I was recording for YouTube. And I think it's just a matter of doing it and getting used to it. I think a person I know I need to talk to and just ask her if she's got any advice. It's kind of like she produces so much content over so many different platforms. And she's a community manager for a game studio as well, so she might have some tips. I don't want to drop names in here. But if she gives me anything useful, I'll for sure pass it on. No, you don't need to apologize. I just don't want to throw someone under the bus. Not without their permission. But anything that I get from her, I'll definitely pass on to you. Yeah, that's about right, Aaron. Because like my game stream days are super quiet compared to my crafting days. I would love to do crafting streams all the time, but my physical health says no to that sort of thing. I'll do what I can. Alright, so one piece of bacon, and then I've got this back row here that I can use to attach to the band here. Oh no, I still need to... Really need to do a turning chain, but hey. Across the bottom here for one more row. Just so it's symmetrical. It's actually stretched out quite a long way too. But I suppose as well, like once you get used to it and you get all your processes down. This is the dark red. Oh, do the attaching in dark red? I don't think you'd, I mean, it's going to be flat against your head. Yeah, this is the dark red already. This is the bright red. I mean, I could do another row of cream. Because doesn't bacon normally have... No, not nosy cow. I could do another row of fat. Because doesn't bacon normally have like an edge of fat anyway? Wait, there's no right or wrong way of making bacon. I think I am going to do that actually. I'm going to try it. Bacon. Ignore that bit. End is gross. I am open to feedback, folks. Yeah, I figured if I did the top row, not front or back loop, but all the way, it kind of gives it a bit more bacons. I don't know, essence of bacon. Sounds like a terrible fragrance. You the bacon. I was waiting for that. A pork hork. And yet, I'm still intrigued and somehow mildly hungry. A pork hawk? Or you to pork? You to bacon? He would probably wear it too. The bacon. Pour le. Oh. Pour la femme. I'm too smart to wear Paula home. Paula bacon. Eula bacon. I'm far too smart to wear Uda bacon. And then he would chase me around the house wearing it, asking me to give him a kiss. All right, bacon. So that's about the same width as the actual stripe on this. The back. So now we just have to weave in all these ends. God, there's so many. Ugh. Whose idea was this? Wait, what's on this? Was it? It wasn't Punky's. The bacon. Oh, with the. Let's not put pointy shiny things in my mouth. Right. I feel like the top. Right there. No. Higher. We want the bacon on the top or the bottom? The fat, sorry. I guess it doesn't really matter. We can kind of loosely pin it in place. I feel like it makes more sense to put the fat at the top. Actually, if I flip it, then it'll be up too far. Oh crap, that stretched out a lot more than I thought it would. It actually doesn't show through so much either. Oh, exposure is a bit funky. Aaron, I'm so pleased to hear that. We've definitely inspired some people to do certain things for food. Yeah, alright, I can end stream now. Job done. Actually, my secret mission was to specifically make Aaron hungry for bacon. Right. All right, there we go. So let's that way. What do you reckon? I can't see. Does it work? I can't even see it because of the angle of the camera. Very yes. Oh my god, that's ridiculous. That's so silly. Alright. Right, so let's get these ends woven in. Alright, have a good dinner. Thank you for your breakfasty guidance. Breakfasty guidance. Ends taken care of. You're gonna have breakfast instead? Oh shit. Have you heard from her? Or like, is she okay? Well, hey, Tiana. Hey yourself. Thank you for your support. I appreciate it. Waiting for... Oh, okay. Excuse me. Voice is getting a bit croaky. Is it from a place of work or something? Deanna, I hope you're well. You out of trouble as always. Which is the bag? It's the... Having trouble? Oh, I bet. Can't even imagine switching from one platform to the other. Oh, okay. I mean, if she's been waiting 8 hours, yeah, seems a bit sketch. For sure. Well, I appreciate you popping in, Deanna. Yeah. So this is the back. So we're going to use this row of stitches here to attach it onto the band. Ooh, fingers aren't working now. Oh, it's already 9 o'clock. How did that even happen? Trying to get all these little endy bits taken care of. And bacon, bacon. One end of the bacon done. Now the other end of the bacon. And bacon, bacon. Yeah, helping people out under the table, it often seems like a good idea, but you're just setting yourself up to be taken advantage of, unfortunately. Unless you know the person well. Trust them. Try not to go too far down since this is all supposed to be on the back. Oh. The hubbin has finished. Oh, he's doing his giveaway. Okay. Sorry about that. I'm kind of loath to ask him if he likes it. Assassin's Creed. He's been playing Valhalla today. I'm gonna guess his main complaint is controls, because he's his usual thing. And now I need to get one of the breakfast ones. A breakfast Oodie. So I can accessorize with this. Okay, that's that. Now we have a piece of bacon. I'm actually gonna take the egg off. Get the bacon on first. Oh yeah, it's gonna be super crinkly. Now I'm worried I made it too long. Trying to just loosely get this held in place so it's not flapping about while I'm attaching. It should gather itself naturally, I think. I think that's gonna look great. So now I need to decide, do I want to do anchor that here. Same spot. Yeah, it's like, do I want to just stitch it? I think I should just I don't know if I want to sew it or if I want to crochet it. It'll probably just be easier to sew it, but crocheting it will cover the middle better. We want to get this down here. So that bit there. Or here. Okay, that works. Just so that the top of the bacon goes down into the egg. I think I'm gonna be better off doing crochet. So guess we'll start off 4 stitches in. Looks about right on each side. And crochet that through the back loop. And it should just gather itself. Gonna be a little bit annoying to do. Is that going to be too thick? Even thinking of a double crochet is being a wide stitch, but it's actually a half double as a full stitch. Or just it's not confusing, it's fine. Or at least get this. Okay. I'm not sure. I might be better just stitching it. I'm open to suggestions. Now we need sausage. We're making bacon and eggs. So this is what I'm working onto is the frame for a set of earmuffs like this. And I wanted to recover them to make them more interesting than just like polar fleece. And now we have fried egg and bacon is the headband. But what I was curious about is like at the moment I'm just crocheting over the band because you don't know, just to hold it in place. But I think what I'll do is when I've crocheted in place, I'll come back, maybe, and stitch that flat. And then I think it'll be okay. I may not even need to stitch it flat actually. I was just worried that it would stick up, but I think it may just naturally fold itself down. But yeah, this sort of just kind of happened. Inspired by chat. It went from I wanted to make one with flowers and leaves to bacon and eggs. It's a natural progression for this channel. So I did like one row of the cream in front loop only so that I had the back loop to do this with. I was hoping it would just be a one stream project, but it feels like it's gonna take a little longer. But I suppose a lot of it has been trying to like mull out design and stuff, whereas if I do it again, it'll be a lot faster because I know what we're doing. could make like French toast little dangly earrings to go from it. How many stitches have I got over? 3 stitches over both. I like how Deanna's like, oh, okay. Like, no questions. Just Dell doing weird shit. Pretty normal. Three, 4. So that's a bacon attached. Don't know what I'm gonna do with the tail on that yet, so we're gonna I don't know if I want to stitch that. Those. Because I've gone over just a few stitches where the join is, it's not going to slip. And then these ends are going to get tucked into the tops of the eggs. That works. I like doing the zigzag blankets. I'm trying to decide if I want to come back through and stitch that flat or just leave it. I mean, I can't feel it. But that feels weird. Like here. Oh, no, no. All right, yeah, I mean, that's bacon on the back of my head. Sure. So, the question is, do I want to just come back through with the needle and thread and anchor this edge down flat? No, no, I've said a lot of things on the stream that I never thought I'd say, or should I just leave it? Because it's already kind of laying flat by itself. I would just be reinforcing that shape. I guess I don't have to think about that now. I can just work on the other side. And my quokka's tail got in the way. In the way. To be honest, I never thought I'd be making a bacon and egg ear muffin. Alright, no, pop you there. Weave in this end. Yeah, they are my favorite. Like I said, I wish I could do craft streams all the time, but I do enjoy them. Alright, that should be fine. So now it's time to add the egg. I was going to add it from the front so that I'm not dealing with this bit so much. Okay, we don't need bacon colors anymore. White. Do we want to? Do we want to do the edge of the egg? Oh, hang on. Let me. Fucking white, man. Do you want to do the join with the egg with the sparkle or the flat white? Probably the sparkle, right? Uh-oh. Where did the thingy go? Here. That on there. I think we're gonna use sparkle. Is this your? Is it? Oh, you know what? As long as you're happy. Sure. And what was the plan? I was gonna do 2. No, that's not what I was doing. I mean, a lot of people use me as like a nightlight, so. Funny enough, you're not the only one to say that. Alright, it's still a little awkward. Eh. This is so awkward. Ugh. ASMR with just me bitching about how tricky this is. You know what? Let's put these markers away. Just get them out of the way. I don't need this shit here. It's just gonna get in the way. I think this is gonna work. Crunch. One's like, what did you do today? And I'd be like, I just made up a pattern to make fried eggs and bacon instead of earmuffs. What about you? Oh, thank you, Deanna. Ow. This tricky little shit in. Ugh. Oh, yeah, crunching. Oh. This is, oh my god, this is so incredibly awkward. Shit. Thank you. I am pretty happy with how it's coming out. It's definitely finicky. I think selling them for 50 plus shipping would be reasonable given the amount of there is. So I need to decide when I get to this point, am I just going to stitch it by hand? Do you think? Just for this last section where it crosses over? I think I'm going to have to, aren't I? I don't see any other alternative, really. They're kind of to there, I think. Yeah, whoops. Yeah. So I think to that point, and then the rest is going to have to be hand sewn. I was worried about the red showing through, but I don't really think that's a problem. It's definitely not something I thought I would be making on stream. Or off stream, for that matter. I never thought I'd be making this at all. One more. There. Thank you. And I think that's it. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So now let's cut that off. I mean, you kind of can see the bacon through, but I don't think I can. It's so silly. Okay, so the plan for stream next week, probably going to be the same. More Horizon Zero Dawn, more Planet Zoo, more Crochet. I'm pretty happy with that sequence of stuff right now. Blanket stitches up the top just to give that a flat hit. Alright, so we have 1 egg and a bacon. Let's try on my eggs and bacon. What do you reckon? Work? I can't tell. I can't look. Every time I turn my head to look, it doesn't work. Oh, I know. I don't. Yeah, that is definitely an egg and bacon. That's so silly. Okay. All right. Oops. It's been fun. It's comfy too. I'm surprised actually how far forward the egg comes. And also the other thing that works out nicely for it, which I didn't think about, is that there's enough give. It doesn't press on your ear. So it's not like really uncomfortable. I hate things squashing my ears. But you know what? I think I'm gonna call it there. I will, when I finish it, I will take some photos. I'll see if I can get Flint to wear it for me. I think it is actually. Hey, Bobo Brains. Or Bobo Brains? Bob O'Brains. But yeah, there's quite a bit of stretch in there. So I think you could probably wear earbuds under there. I definitely wouldn't recommend wearing earrings. But I reckon you could probably comfortably wear like low profile over ear ones or like earbuds in there and it wouldn't cause a problem. But yes, I'm gonna call it there because I'm hungry. But I've enjoyed today woo! That was weird. I've enjoyed today a lot. And I appreciate all the support that you guys have given with the retweets and hanging out and keeping me company and stuff. I don't anticipate a lot of sponsored streams, so I promise I won't just turn into, I won't just be shilling stuff. But I appreciate people here because the better this sort of thing does, the more I can provide for you guys. So it works out pretty well. I'm gonna drop a raid on my friend Time Wanderer, specifically actually his lovely wife Jessie with an I. She's playing on Time Wanderer's channel and she's playing Dark Souls for the first time. I know it's not crafting, but their community is amazing and wholesome and so wonderful. I will be back on Wednesday next week with Horizon Zero Dawn. And if you're just interested in crochet, keep an eye out for Sunday streams. That's where it's at. And we're doing trucks on Saturday. So thank you once again for keeping me company. Oh yeah, don't forget to join Discord here if you want to see pictures. And I'll catch you guys next time. Bye. Thank you. Thanks, Aaron. Night, Oki. Night, Sammy. Appreciate your bunches.